Hey there, everybody. It's me. Happy Saturday to Shadow Ops. Hello, Third Bruno. And hello, Serious Sam. Hope everyone's doing great. I'm doing all right. Alright, so let me pop on camera. Now, I mentioned on the Discord that I'm sort of going to be recording right now 2 different shorter videos for the second channel. But I am not going to let it run all that far past 4 p.m., if at all. Because at the very least, I will definitely finish the Metal Gear Solid one today. So as long as I do that, we can just start the second one. Hey everyone, I'm actually gonna hop over to the zone here. What's up? Isn't it strange to see me here at the beginning of the stream? Oh, who cares? But yeah, hi everybody. I got my Yoshi Superman shirt on today. Hey Yoshi. Let me know if there's any snap, crackle, pops in the audio here. But yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and pull up today's first gameplay, which Alex Yard becoming a Metal Gear Solid tuber, question mark. We're going to have some more Metal Gear today. Because specifically the case study that we're looking at today is Metal Gear centric, which is pretty sweet because I love Metal Gear, and as soon as that thing goes on sale next, I'm going to buy it, I think. Metal Gear Solid 2. And yeah, Shadow Ops is asking about a password generator. I'm not even sure what that is, actually. Shadow Ops knows what's up. Metal Gear Solid, Sons of Liberty. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 2. Sam says just 2. And sorry, what is that about? Just 2 what, Sam? McDonald's, yeah. Yeah. Almost here. Oh, yeah, just getting 2. Yeah, because I already streamed 1 a long time ago. But not 2. Okay, I just need the attribution now, which I'm ready to copy and paste. BBK, Hard Mode Entertainment Production. Yeah, sorry I don't have any pro tips about Discord passwords. So, alright. Cool. So, because this discussion is going to involve the Ocelot fight, I want to have kind of the lead-in to the Ocelot fight. $720 pixels is fine by me. Okay. Great. Sam can tell you that this game rocks. It sure does. All right. So I'm not going to play all that many clips today. So there wasn't, there's not going to be a lot of editing that I have to do in post. But yeah, we're going to dive into it momentarily, where I will be responding to the RGT 85. Any of you guys watch RGT 85? Because I guess this was the first of its kind. I don't know if this was the start of a second channel. Yeah, it's a video called The Controversy of Metal Gear Solid, The Twin Snakes. Just close Adobe Premiere over here, which I'm looking at a frame on screen from the Sonic Mania video. It's going to be so good. So yeah, let me know at any time if there's any snap, crackle, pop. And there's no game audio, right? Perfect, man. All right. All right, so let's jump right in. The first thing you're going to hear me say in this video is RGT85, age 40, is wrong about Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes. Specifically, his take downplaying the additions to that remake, which subsequently nerfed integral aspects of the gameplay's rewarding challenge and balance, even identity. So in part 1 of this video, we will take a look at RGT85 age 40's stance on the Twin Snakes situation. Where he will downplay many of these additional changes as no big deal. In part 2 of this video, we will be extending this Metal Gear scenario to an analogy of a football game and demonstrate the irreparable problem that occurs if you are to then change stats by showing you how much is lost from a football game if you abruptly make changes to the rules. You'll start to get a sense of how much is unacceptably ruined in a video game remake such as the Twin Snakes. And finally, in part 3 of this video, I will be delivering RGT85 his sentencing, which will specify what he needs to do in order to atone for this situation. All right, let's get started, people. We're going to start with RGT85's comments on the Twin Snakes. All right, let's get right into it, folks. We're going to start with RGT85's comments on the first-person functionality that was added to the Metal Gear Solid 1 remake, the Twin Snakes. Here it is.
Everyone loves becomes so controversial in just a matter of a few years. That's what we're going to talk about in our video today. So the story of Metal Gear Solid is, of course, a story of twists and turns. The game takes place in the future of 2005, and
he's
you
in content summary mode.
Snake, who is a former special operations soldier who is now
I gotta go to
working for an organization
over
called
here.
Foxhound. And shoot enemies. Now, it plays a role in this, and they introduced a new after Metal Gear Solid 2. Now, in Metal Gear Solid 2, they introduced a new mechanic where you could look in a first-person perspective and look around a level or even shoot enemies. Now, it plays a role in this game because of the fact that it actually makes one of the boss battles that happens earlier in the game a hell of a lot easier. The Revolver Ocelot battle becomes way too easy when you're able to look down this first person perspective, and it takes a little bit away from the game for some people. Now, this is just one boss battle, but it definitely does feel a bit different than Metal Gear Solid with this first person perspective, because now you can hold people up and shake them down and get items and stuff like that, which you couldn't do in the previous game. Now, another thing that was changed in this game, that's kind of your mileage may vary if it bothers you or not, is that some of the dialogue was re-recorded in this game with the original voice actor.
Alright, so now he's going to the dialogue.
One boss battle, but it definitely does feel a bit different.
And yeah, sorry that his voice is a little lower. There's a reason for that I can't go into.
Solid with this first, and it takes a little bit away from the game for some people. Now, this is just one boss battle, but
I'm gonna patch this line in. And pay attention to the key quote that will appear on screen during this excerpt.
And it takes a little bit away from the game for some people.
Okay, so let's hone in on this. He says that this change making the Revolver Ocelot battle easier
Down this first person perspective, and it takes a little bit away from the game for some people.
Takes away a little bit from the game for some people. So the issue here is he is describing this not as a compromised game. So the issue here is that he's describing this not in terms of a compromised balance of gameplay.
Down this first person perspective, and it takes a little bit away from the game for some people.
It takes away a little bit of the game for some people. So it's an issue that he's describing this in terms of for some people, because the people noticing that part of the game is missing and nerfed, it has nothing to do with which people or some. There's just people pointing out that the boss battle is sort of half pointless now, and he's a pushover. If you don't understand why that's a problem, we're going to get to that in part 2. But this quote up front establishes the way that RGT is really placing the issue, right, the heart of the blame and problem in the people reacting to. But it's like, no. This has nothing to do with the people. We're just talking about the game. And hello, Zukaflex. What's up? Over on YouTube. And let it be known, Serious Sam 64 prefers the remake. Okay, so just to quickly mention this, what is the problem with making the Ocelot battle so easy? Well, if someone's first time playing a Metal Gear game is the Twin Snakes, they're going to plow through the boss battles and be like, well, that was unremarkable. This game isn't really offering me much depth or challenge. I just kind of feel like I'm going through the motions. Easily aiming, not having to really think much about my position or predicting Ocelot's movements. So if people come out at the other end of the game and that boss battle is easier, and that it's absurdly easy to sneak through all the different rooms, because instead of having to use the established third-person perspective from the first game, using your limited animation, using your limited visibility in order to establish the best plan of attack through the roam, instead you can just switch to first person. and tranquilize any enemy easily. Suddenly, again, you're not undertaking a rewarding challenge, you are just going through the motions. Any room you enter is like a foregone conclusion because there's nothing to stop you from aiming in first person at no real risk to yourself of getting spotted by a god. Getting spotted by a god. So we're going to now jump a little bit forward into RGT's video, where he will again, unfortunately, focus on the people reacting to the game, losing sight of the basics of what's happening in the game itself. So let me jump forward here.
And that kind of detracts a bit from the game for a lot of people. Wrong with the original cutscenes in Metal Gear Solid. It was more so to tell the story, but in this remake version of Twin Snakes, it definitely changes the tone of the game a little bit and gives it a more sort of campy feel with this over-the-top action sequences. And that kind of detracts a bit from the game for a lot of people. Some people don't mind the over-the-top action, and really, it didn't bother me all that much personally. But that's really where the controversy comes from with this game. By improving things, or thinking you're improving things, you're going to alienate a small portion of your original user base. And with drastic changes, you really start to get the ire of people, and it's like, well, was this the right decision to do? The gameplay can be sort of adjusted to, and for the most part, I do feel like it does lead to a better gameplay experience outside of the Revolver Ocelot incident. Now, the voice acting, it's just sort of a take it or leave it. That cracks a bit from the game for a lot of people. Some people don't mind the over-the-top action, and really, it didn't bother me all that much personally. But that's really where the controversy comes from with this game. By improving things, or thinking you're improving things, you're going to alienate a small portion of your original user base.
Right, so to frame it as you're going to alienate a small portion of your user base, speaking about said alienation should go without saying. If they remade Metal Gear Solid, but they removed the character Solid Snake, and the only character you could play at was you had to make a Mii on your Nintendo Wii, would we then say, like, oh, you don't want to do that because that could alienate fans? It goes without saying that it will alienate fans. And this situation with making radical, nerfed, pointlessified aspects of the game. And hey, what's up, Fabled Sword? And we also have Eblo. Eblo says only cowards alienate a small portion of their user base. People worth their salt would alienate as much of their user base as possible, like the Pokemon Company. So it should go without saying that for the Ocelot fight to now become a pointless pushover, that it will alienate fans. You might as well say, like, oh, you shouldn't steal that person's purse. You might as well say, oh, you shouldn't steal that woman's purse because she will get upset about it, right? It's so pointless to say she will get upset because everyone knows full well what the issue with stealing a purse is. And so the only issue as applying this to RGT's commentary is that RGT doesn't see this as an automatically bad situation, that they would give it the first-person mode. And part of the evidence he is implicitly citing in that is to say, oh, well, a small portion of gamers are the only ones that are going to get upset. And he's sort of framing it as, oh, those hardcore fans are especially picky. They need everything to be exactly as it was. Okay, and the reason why perhaps the reason why a great many people wouldn't really necessarily take issue with it is because they're plowing through the game on mellow mode. They're just there for the story. The gameplay mechanics don't have to be super deep or perfectly represented. They're just playing the game for a generally fun, interactive experience, which is akin to playing a Sonic game just to run to the end of each level without concerning yourself at all about getting like an A, B, or C. Without concerning yourself at all trying to get an S rank for each level. And yeah, Fabled Sword, I appreciate you. I'm glad you've been enjoying the music theory videos, and I'm glad you found us. This first hour of the stream here is more of a targeted discussion. It's kind of a newish thing. But we'll be getting to the gaming around 4 p.m. or so, maybe a little bit after. All right, so since a common bit of feedback that I get on my type of videos like this is that, oh, Alex, you're speculating, I am now going to rub your noses in it. As we review a subsequent clip with comments from RGT85, age 40, on the beloved Spawncast, Spawnwave Media podcast. So let me pull that up, the hedgehog. Shadow Ops says, was there truly outrage over MGS2 remake? I don't know anything about an MGS2 remake, but everything we're talking about is having to do with 1. Metal Gear Solid 1. But they added the feature from MGS2 of first-person aiming.
Metal Gear Solid 2's camera system, and a lot of people were like, oh, it's ruined the streamer there.
I'm so sorry.
That was a point that was brought up with Twin Snakes, because Twin Snakes used Metal Gear Solid 2's camera system, and a lot of people were like, oh, it's ruined the Ocelot fight, because now you could just switch to first person.
It made it very easy.
Yeah, it made it very easy and stuff like that. People got the fuck over it. You know
There's
what I'm saying?
Though.
People do kind of dunk on Twin Snakes, though.
A lot of people don't like the color palettes in Twin Snakes because it's more of a blue than a green.
But the real issue that people had with Twin Snakes was the cutscenes, because the cutscenes were all matrixy and stuff like that.
Oh, they're awesome.
Yeah,
I liked them, but like you can't.
Okay, so no one on that podcast panel pushed back on the specific thing of the first-person aiming. right? Josie's not going to push back on that. This case study is one of many examples of why my channel exists, where people are just dishing out their version of how the world works. And then just sweepily move along. But let's debunk this. For RGT to say that people were upset about the first-person shooter and then they eventually got the F over it, who got over it? What are you talking about? All that happened is that 20 years passed from the Twin Snakes to now in the year 2025. Time passed. Nothing changed about that. Everyone that was disapproving of the first-person addition to the Twin Snakes has every reason to still share those concerns. That when you just throw new features retroactively into a remake of an older game, you're totally skewing the data. To the extent where the finished product that you're dealing with, it's just not Metal Gear Solid 1. It's a different thing. So I will always push back against this fallacy where people will say years later, like, oh, everything's fine now, see? No, it's not, and I went through this whole same rigmarole when Sonic 3 came out in Sonic Origins. They remade the game with a new move and drastically different physics. So that now, when you fight the Hydrocity boss, instead of having 3 different creative ways that you can attack Eggman, hit him in the dip down, stand on the water pedestal, or even launch yourself up with timing so that you can then crash land down onto Eggman. Now, in the remake in Sonic Origins, all of that is a moot point because at any time you can hit Robotnik from the ground. Now, this is an issue because how am I going to now recommend the Sonic Origins collections to people as a good entry point to Sonic? They're going to get to the Hydrocity boss, and it'll just be an example of, oh, this game, you kind of just go through the motions. RGT seems to not understand how these haphazard additions damage the quality, balance, and challenge of the game. So to say that you're alienating fans, stop making it about hardcore fans' picky preferences. A remake should only ever be the original game plus improvements, fixing things that they got wrong last time, not adding arbitrary quality of life things like a first-person view into a game that was explicitly designed to flow with only third-person views. Fabled Sword is all set with Sonic Origins. Okay, so a Sonic game is one thing. But let's now connect this to a case study that is much more than video games right up RGT 85's wheelhouse. It's possible that he's a fake gamer and he'd have to... and that half the things he says he's just being provocative to try to bait people into comments to stimulate his algorithm performance. And that's the thing. In 2025 YouTube landscape, media literacy requires you to always be asking yourself, is this creator sincere, or should I, as insurance, start out by essentially, for all intents and purposes, assume that they are an AI that is algorithmically designed to say whatever possible to work up the most people to stimulate algorithm stimulation. Now, I'm not saying that RGT is an AI, but it's a treat as if situation. So that you're not getting yourself up by the so that you're not getting yourself worked up into a tizzy by the Tim Rogers of the world. You can't turn around and say that everything Tim Rogers said, oh, I was just in character. There is no William Tim Rogers. There is only Tim Rogers. Saying that you're in character is just a convenient cop-out excuse for you to let your worst self spill onto the page, spill onto the stage. So RGT, in part 2 of this video, here we go. Let's talk about what would happen if you altered NFL football to the extent that these alterations were implemented into Twin Snakes. Let's say, RGT, that you scored big and you saved up. Let's say, RGT, that you saved up for NFL tickets to go see a game by your favorite team. And then the day before your football match, the news breaks that the NFL is going to change their rules this week to try to improve the game, spice it up for modern audiences. And so you get to the stadium and you find out that for this football game that RGT85, age 40, was so excited about, that, for this game, we're not going to do the 4-down system. You get unlimited downs. You get as many tries as you want, over and over. So what does this mean? This totally throws off the balance of risk and reward. So now you're going to see probably fewer passes, because passes are like the bigger risk. You stand to get a lot more yards. You stand to get a lot more yards from passing plays, but it comes at a risk of interception. But if you have infinite challenge tries, more than 4 downs, you're just going to do all the safest, boring running plays. And so, RGT, you would be sitting there in the stadium heartbroken, because you were here to see all these awesome passes, exciting interceptions, and also with infinite downs. Now you get to the end of the game and people can just run down the clock. Oh, nice. EB's got the breaking news that the reaction just came out. Wow, that's exciting. Maybe we can watch some of it today. It would have to be after, Dark Souls and stuff. But thank you. I appreciate the heads up, EV. I'm going to have to go brew my popcorn. Brew. RGT would be sitting in the stands and saying, hey, this is not football anymore. In the same way that Twin Snakes is no longer Metal Gear Solid 1. And then, even worse, RGT is going to have to go home, see a video in his sub box from Arlo that says, oh, look at these new changes to the NFL. They updated the game for modern audiences, but inevitably it will alienate a small pocket of fans. And then you see a picture, of an angry RGT85. That's what it feels like. That's the hypocrisy that's being called out with you, RGT85, right now. For you to go on that podcast and brush away the naysayers with your California sass. People got to fuck over it. If you're an AI being provocative, then don't take it personally. But since this is a perfectly common belief and sentiment that you are using your platform to reinforce and double down on, it led to the creation of this video today. Imagine you won front row seats to an NBA playoffs game, and then you get there and they say, no shot clock anymore. Right? So now every team's possession lasts minutes at a time, because they are under no immediate balance and gameplay mechanism to ensure a more solid push and pull. You have an incentive to shot, which risks missing, and the other team taking possession. RGT would be sitting there being like, I'm getting ripped off from so much basketball content on the gameplay flaw. Because they've altered the game so drastically. This isn't right? Here's RGT's hypothetical quote. This isn't basketball anymore. So RGT, are you a hardcore basketball fan that's being too picky? Or are you accurately recognizing that you know what the core balanced equation is for basketball, and you are rightly crying foul because you've changed it into something that is less interesting, purposeful, and dynamic? So with all that thoroughly established, we have now arrived at part 3 of this video, where I will now be delivering RGT85 his sentencing, which will specify what RGT85 needs to do in order to atone for this situation. RGT85, I hereby sentence you to explaining why the Twin Snakes remake is in any way different from that football or basketball example that was just outlined. Because otherwise your logic by extension would mean that you're complaining at that football stadium is just a small, unimportant pocket of the fan base who is especially picky about these things and need them to all be exactly the way they are. Because otherwise, your double standard has been brought to the attention of everyone. and you betray your biases, RGT, in your Twin Snakes video, when you literally sit there and you pick and choose which adjustments you're okay with and which you aren't. RGT appears to draw the line and say, yeah, the Ocelot fight being nerfed is unacceptable, but the rest of the game having first-person shooting is, I guess, fine to him. Is he now going to recommend Twin Snakes to his friends as an entry point to the series? And when they come out at the end of the game, they're rightly going to feel underwhelmed because sneaking through the hallways, quote-unquote, was really just going through the motions, shooting people down with no risk or reward or strategy. And because those newcomers have not played the original, they cannot put this in context to say, oh, all right, they added this first person for fun in the sequel, but I know what the true core game is. Only you know what that is, RGT, because you grew up with it. If you don't understand why introducing the game to a new generation with all these deal-breaking compromises and haphazard additions, you're hurting the Metal Gear Solid series, RGT, which is not acceptable. And so now that RGT 85's sentencing is crystal clear, it's now time to float an optional recommendation. Drop the 85 from your username, bro. Are you in middle school? Or worse, even kindergarten? It's like you just drew a picture of a fire truck with crayons, and then you sign it. RGT, age 40. Because it's 2025 right now. But no matter what you do, this has been Alex Yard, age 37, here at 91.6 WAYZ, the Alex Yard Zone. And I'm sure I'll run into RGT at the concession stand at an upcoming New York Knicks game. And if the NBA so much as thinks of getting rid of that shot clock, I will intervene, make sure they keep that shot clock there so as to preserve the gameplay dynamic of, dribbling, ball changing possession from team to team on a regular cadence. I'm spelling out things you all already know by this point. Good night, everybody. And hey, what's up, Zaso? One of my biggest fans. Giving Jesus a shout out. Nice. And Chowmaster Zero also pointing out that, news did break a little while ago about Sir Musty. I was wondering about that because it was like a week or more ago that word made it to me that he had... Wow, so it's the Reggie video. So I haven't looked at it yet. I'm tempted to do it now, but... Because, I had a second video topic planned today, and I figured I wasn't going to do all of it today, but maybe I won't do any of it. Honestly, if JJ was here, I would look at the, I would start to look at that. Who else? Keo? Is Keo here? I would kind of want but yeah. I could talk to Zaso, though, in the meantime, if Zaso is still here. Because Zaso, if you're going to try it, right, you're free to devil's advocate anything that I publish. I welcome that. It's a way to test the validity of my opinions. There's no problem with that. However, if you're going to continually try to pounce on me with these gotchas, right? If you're going to try and call me on something and say, yeah, Alex, you're a hypocrite because here you are criticizing this in 12 tone, but then you're going to turn around and do it on your own channel. I assure you that's not the case, and I'm at the ready to explain why. I just don't want to continually waste people's time because, as you will see, as regards to this situation with my comments on the Aeolian mode, I am fully prepared and willing to absolutely school you on that. It is not that I am trolling and saying things that are inaccurate to get commentary. I've never done that, and you're just blowing steam by trying to insinuate, right? If you think I'm intentionally trolling by talking about the Aeolian mode, put your money where your mouth is. Is that something I've ever done? Do you know Alex Yard to be a person to say things he doesn't believe just in order to get reactions? Fabled Sword, in the meantime, hasn't played Metal Gear. What did Twin Snakes do? I'll just quickly say that they added first-person view to the remake, which made the game way too easy. Interesting that Sir Musty's... It's the Reggie video. That's so random, but hey, great. Alright, you're going to at least get to see my reaction to the title of the video, because I can't resist. Sir Musty. Or is it Morristy? Yeah, he's got bad branding because Chowmaster Zero says Sir Musty, but that's his main channel. Sir Morristy. Alright, so this is probably the first time in a headline I've been called man. That's like the Onion's headlines. You know, local man asserts that blah, blah, blah. So he says, man hates seat. Wow, it's an hour long? My God. Who's going to sit through that? Yeah, so I better not start watching it now. We got 10 minutes to go, so yeah. I guess that's it for I'll tell you what. What we're going to do now for just the next 10 minutes is that we are going to look... this is just kind of an informal thing. It's going to tie into the next video, but we're just going to get it started now. So there's a page on Wikipedia that has what it terms a list of common misconceptions. Things that aren't true, but you commonly encounter people who say that they are true. But you say, oh, that's a common misconception. I must correct you. All right, there's a whole lot of these. So I'll just quickly tell you guys that I was sentenced, and part of my sentence was to look at this list of common misconceptions. Like there's one here that says, Adidas is not an acronym for All Day I Dream About Sports. Nor is it All Day I Dream About Sex. That was the classic joke that people used to circulate in the schoolyard. Adidas was in fact named after its founder, Adolf Adi Dassler. Get it? Adi? Adidas? His last name's Dassler. So it's not all day dream about sex. Stop saying that joke at dinner parties and business networking events. The Coca-Cola bottle's contour bottle was not designed by the famous industrial designer Raymond Loewy. What a boring thing. All right, the business ones are not too interesting. But of course, the one that I got wrong was the life expectancy thing. Remember in the Perfect Pitch video, I talked about how life expectancy was about 35 years until like 300 years ago, modern medicine advent. And so it turns out that that's not quite the situation. It's not that people live on average to 35 necessarily. It's just that the infant mortality rate was much higher in those days, so that unfortunately dragged down the average. So let me go to the life expectancy one. All right. I responded to the Sir Moist Man because the title of the video says "Man Hates CEO," and thinking about that I never used the word hate, and hate is a very serious thing. That's like explicitly, hate speech is explicitly forbidden in like YouTube's terms of service. So anyway, I am going to go ahead and plug in my Switch for some Dark Soul. Dark Soul. Just one soul. Me, man. The Chosen Alive. So let me go back to the waiting. Now, we don't have to go to the waiting zone. But we'll make it Angel Island zone. So I just need a moment. All right, Ghost of Burbs, not going to be sticking around today. But I hope you feel better soon, and thanks for popping in, and I appreciate the good stream wishes. All right, let me get on this, because it's 4 p.m., of course. I got to plug in my Switch. What's that window doing down there? Whatever. Yeah, Ford earlier had said, you like how Angel Island looks in Mania. Wish you got with the firebombing. That would be awesome. Too bad Mania 2 fell through because of a cash disagreement. Oh, the audio glitch is back, says Sam. Thank you for notifying me. Fix that, Toot Sweet. Should be talking clearly now. Let me know if that sounds okay. Turn on my Switch. Hey, how's it going, Jack Griffith? Gotta put in my put here. Yeah, that popping issue will happen when I plug and unplug wires. Why is this blocked? Why? Like the screen is black, but my Switch is on. But yeah, I'm doing all right, Jack Griffith. Just had a good, fairly concise discussion session. It's not because of the waterfall, is it? I'm not sure why my Switch is not showing up. Quick check. Oh, I know why. I'm sorry. Yeah, baby. I did the wrong wire. Look what I was playing for 10 minutes before I went to bed last night. F-Zero prequel to F-Zero 100. Let's go harvest souls. Let's go harvest souls. I don't know if we got any mods right now that can update the stream category to Dark Souls. But here we go, everyone. Welcome back to the Zone, the traditional zone. Shadow Ops says, and don't use the tag, Shadow Ops. You're telling me Adidas by Korn is about the shoe company? I'm not familiar with the song. I would be curious to see what the lyrics of that Korn, because I do know Korn. They were certainly climbing the charts back when I used to watch TRL, Total Request Live, on MTV in the late 90s and early 2000s. You know, the golden age of everything, not just of MTV. Conti. I gotta tilt my monitor while the game loads. So yeah, we'll certainly look at that Sir Morristy video. I'm thinking we could do it somewhat today. I'd like to play some Sonic Adventure 1, but also depending on who's here and what the vibe is and the flow and the essence and the karma, feng shui, we'll play it by ear. Shadow Ops knows that Korn song. Feeling like a freak on a leash. Feeling like I have no release. Get your balloons. Do-do-do-do-do. Feeling like a freak on a leash. Would you like a margarita? So I don't know how many Dark Souls experts are well, EB's here. Sorry, I meant to say third Bruno. Bruno is here. So if I'm going in the wrong direction, let me know, but I'm pretty sure that, since I unlocked the, whatever, kind of shortcut, post-catwalk, I'm pretty sure this is where I gotta go to get back to where I was. So, away we go, everybody. Thank you, moderator, for updating the stream category. It's official. Dark Souls is a good game. And Sir Morristy's video is out. Something takes a part of me. I give Korn some credit, absolutely, don't get me wrong. But I was really into Limp Bizkit. And so you'd think that would make me happier to have Limp Bizkit name dropped in the second Sonic movie, but I didn't like that. And I didn't like Facebook Marketplace. We'll take Echidna Lore and import Zuckerberg. Eblo says, but Alex, how useful is a backstage pass to Limp Bizkit? That's the thing. Very useful. You would get to meet Wes Borland. Unless Eggman was... Because I think Wes Borland maybe left the band, so maybe that's why it became worthless. If you're only really getting, you know, Fred. Old Fred. Still wearing his baseball cap backwards. You know, and if you have a backstage pass to Limp Bizkit, you're going to have access to, you know, the big catering tables they have back in the green room. So you can help yourself to infinite cookies. 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 Why didn't he get damaged? Nice. Third Bruno yesterday watched Liam Triforce the Hedgehog's video on Sekiro. Shadows die twice. Oh, because the sun comes out? You look forward to playing it. I've actually never heard of that, being that I've never hyper heard of it. I'm almost surprised, like, most Liam Triforce videos I would expect to kind of know what it is. Mutually assured destruction right there. Sip of soda, we're back in business. And hey, what's up, Javid? Welcome back to On Orlando. where I, the chosen undead, am trying to legitimize my being chosen. Oh. Oh, wow. So it's FromSoft's second newest Souls-like game before Elden Ring. That I didn't know. Wow. So that's a big deal that it's FromSoft. Was it, like, not a smash hit? And also, how much was Miyazaki involved with that? Or was it the B team? You know, like the B team that did Donkey Kong Country 3. Javid was looking forward to this part. Oh, I'm getting caught on his leg. That was epic. His head is so small, it's like the jocks in the Stardust Speedway video. The music theory video. But yeah, Third Bruno said, some say it's not that sort of game, like the classic Miyazaki hallmarks. But Third Bruno will tell for himself before playing. What the? Oh, right, these hell demons. And I think this is locked by some contraption. No, from this side. No contraption. Third Bruno doesn't know how well it went. It might have been intended to be a self-contained story and an experiment in terms of game mechanics. Open this. No, that's the contraption. Now, is this where you go downstairs and there's two of those flying demons? But yeah, I see your clarification, Third Bruno. Yeah, Javid says, Sekiro is the least Souls-like game in the series. Okay, so is it more of a spreadsheet, turn-based game? I'm just kidding. Third Bruno makes it clear that Bloodborne is its own thing, too. But don't people say Soulsborns are a thing? They're, like, kind of in the same category in that way? Two hits. Two plunging attacks. Shadow Ops retracted a message and then delivered a double whammy. Yeah, baby. Third Bruno says perhaps it deviated less, but the point is that it wasn't meant to have a sequel regardless of performance. Oh, okay, so Bloodborne was never meant to be, it was just like, let's try doing something different for this one. So there's no Bloodborne 2 expectations. Yeah, Javid likens Bloodborne to the Souls series, but more offensive focused. Uh-oh. These guys run fast? Nah. Uh-oh. His pal? I only signed up to fight one of these. And I got no electricity defense. Shouldn't waste arrows. Damn. The stagger is clutch. Makes him a sitting duck. Javid explains, Sekiro is exclusively offensive focus, and you would barely consider it a Souls game, at least mechanically speaking. So there's no blocking, you just have to dodge and attack. Now, I know I was walking down those stairs. Need bonfire. What could that mean? Okay, Third Bruno says that it at least has parrying, and it's even basically required. Interesting. Parrying is essential, confirms Javid. Is there anything on the other side? Oh, what's that? Oh, I gotta run down this thing. Third Bruno said the path I took last time, which led to the 2 archers, is the correct path. And am I going there correctly? Yeah, okay, sweet. Poor guy. And hey, what's up, Kyo? Kyo says, need bonfire or try bonfire. It's usually a code for, if you go human, I have a summon sign here. Okay, so there would be a summon sign at that door. Interesting, because it wouldn't let me even try to open it. Never mind, you know. Try to open it and get a no sign. Alright, so there's some arches. Oh yeah, I gotta climb up this thing. These archers have a very high fire rate. Now this says left ahead. I guess I will, obey it. And yes, hello, Keo. Aha. Oh, he can get me from the other side? Am I vulnerable here? Was there a window? Damn it, dude. Was there a window to go in? Did he fall off? Bruno says left is not the way forward. Might lead to an item. Alright, I have to go around the right side. So is that a troll message someone left? Yeah, Javid is saying I gotta get past the right archer. Alright, Third Bruno says there's a balcony to drop onto. On the right side, I'd take it. Sounds like a plan. Classic meditative Dark Souls experience of running back to where you were because you died. David Lynch could have meditated to this. It's that serene. Now, do I even need to kill those guys? Will they follow me up here? This was a bad experiment. I do need to kill them. Kyo is wondering, you know, maybe we don't hold Alex's hand on where to go. Yeah, I'm honestly... I'm totally good at, you know, people keep it vague. But I also don't want to spend time just, you know, experimenting and dying. I have to fight these guys, I guess. Wow, you can go right into a plunging attack. I hit the wrong button. Yeah, Javid has the pro tip for reference. That if I do try to run past them, you gotta commit to it right away. No half measures, said Mike Ehrman Trout in Breaking Bad. Bruno says you can run past most. Oh. You can run past most of those enemies leading up to the archers, is it? Wow. Why am I not confident enough to do that? Can't see. Didn't do that much damage. Shit. Tried to do a plunger. I can see that demon on the other side of the cage. Ah, look at him glitching out. To my benefit. He got me. Third Bruno says, sometimes dodging an attack during a run is necessary. What do you mean by that exactly? Okay, so the idea was that if you're going to run past enemies, you may need to dodge. Not just run, but do a dodge roll. What's that up there? Is that the 2 different items? Their shields are pretty effective. They're gonna learn this the hard way in the Demon's Souls remake. If not Elden Ring. Alright, I really gotta start thinking about that shield. I feel like the shield blocks a lot more than your average enemy. Where it feels like he's always blocking in some ways around the area of that shield. The other enemies, it feels like, you know, as long as they're not actively guarding, like if they're warming up their attack, then you can pretty much hit them. You're not going to get your hit nullified by the shield. Like that time. Gotcha. Come get some. These have become pushovers. Kyo says that, very nice, I figured it out. Those dudes absorb attacks at all times. So I guess, is it that I have to be at the right angle? That the shield is not in the way? You know, compared to other enemies? Hey, he attacked through the staircase. Guess I was technically trying to do that too. Oh, I missed. Oh god. We'll head down this escalator. Here come the arrows. Ah, poor guy. Haha. They stagger. They're defenseless. Once you get that first hit. And I was so scared of them at first. What about Poison Man? Alright. Was it Third Bruno that said I gotta drop down to a balcony? What did Bruno say? Alright, well, I'll go around the right side. Looking for a balcony, I guess. And I can block these arrows, right? Let's see. Oh, no. After all that... So this, guys, is why I'm generally open to tips, because of that exact reason. Sigh. Okay, Third Bruno says, around the corner of the building where the right archer is. So I have to get up where that archer is and get past him? Oh, what have I done? Alright, Bruno confirms. And Kyo says this is one of the parts. Well, now that I've figured out that these giants are blocking at all times, let's see if I can more efficiently dispatch them using my knowledge of their superior blocking ability. It's too late. Alright, yeah, Kyo says running, so maybe I can try running past these. Because these guys probably won't chase me down these steps, right? They kind of give up easy. Famous last words. Uh-oh. Alright, but I have a viable way forward. Yeah, who knows if those 3 demons will follow me. But yeah, whoever it was that said it, running is always an option, but be mindful of who follows. Third Bruno says the ramp at the bottom of the stairs, not the one behind. Oh, what have I done? That's probably what Bruno was getting at. Wow, two things happened at once. Kia wonders what my encumbrance stat is. Maybe endurance. Endurance. Yeah, those guys really do kind of give up, don't they? Well, he didn't even move. Okay, my carry capacity. Alright, so spell it out. What should I do, guys? I'm willing to have you just tell me. Shadow Ops spotted a glitch. Now that's that. I better not go into the menu here. Oh, I can't pause. Bruno says, when I run down this ramp, hopefully you mean that ramp, you take a left turn through the middle of this area. So here's the ramp, and then I take a left. But that's what I was doing before, so... Kyo explains, as I walk up that ramp, you have two great bow archers, one on the left, and one on the right. Archers to the left of them, archers to the right. Going around the left, we'll break a line of sight of the evil right one for a bit. Makes sense so far. Gonna walk up in the meantime. And of course, the problem is the blowback. Pardon me. Okay, yeah, I guess I was waiting for more, but okay, so I'm just totally vulnerable, aren't I? Javid figures that if I engage the right archer quick enough, it might be out of the range of the left archer. Yeah, Bruno's like me trying to read the tea leaves about the line of sight guidance. Alright, but it does seem like I ought to go for the guy on the right. I hope JJ's okay. Yeah, I am assuming. Oh, if he's not here, something must be the matter. But, you know, it's Dark Souls. Typically, he comes. Kyo has a game plan for this situation. If it was Kyo plan. Alright, Javid confirms. Taking out the guy on the right is the way to go. I keep going down the wrong thing, don't I? Well, I'm gonna fight these. So maybe I don't even have to fight these guys? Can I just run by them? The guy is kind of in the way, actually. Uh-oh. Sorry. I'm very sorry. That was careless. I got too greedy. Yeah, Kyo says that the right archer could fall to his death, but you never know. I love how this dude, or woman, man, I forget, is just vibing right here. Hey, what's up, JJ? This is JJ's most feared part of the whole game. No wonder you weren't here. For JJ, it's like a horror movie. I'm just kidding. What's up, JJ? Hope everything's good. Oh my god. How can I be the chosen one if I'm jumping off of these long distances? Third, Bruno says you can run around the demon in the way. Might need to dodge an attack. And of course, here's JJ. Kyo confirms I am the chosen one. Wee-oo. Maybe JJ wasn't here until now because he was watching the Sir Morristy video. I'm just kidding. But it did come out. Kyo says we've all messed up plenty. It's Dark Souls after all. My fear is that Sir Morristy's video will be boring. I'm curious to hear his Reginald defense. JJ says, Sir who? The guy who reacted to Hockey 695? he finally mustered his stones to post his Alex Yard video. But I haven't watched any of it yet. I saw that the title used the word hate, and so I promptly asked him to maybe change the title of the video. Hate is a different thing, and it's specifically forbid by YouTube. Third Bruno admits he did start to watch one of his content slices, but didn't last past a half hour. I mean, half hour, that's a good while. That's more than nothing, but sounds like he didn't warrant anything past that audition. So what happened there? Well, I was trying to run past them. Now that I've gotten the hang of running past the other dudes, dude, their mouths are so scary. JJ says, "Oh, wait, that dude." Yeah, someday I'm gonna have to overcome my parry gap. I'd never really tried to learn parrying properly in this game. And it's starting to bite me in the ass with each passing week. Did you watch the Hockey 69 video of his, Third Bruno, I wonder? Third Bruno clarifying that didn't make it past 18 minutes. It was on Demeach. Is that a YouTuber? Wow, Keo's giving me the call forward, for lack of a better term, that I will not beat the game if I cannot parry. Third Bruno confirms Demeach makes content slices. JJ says this is the hardest part. Wow. JJ uses all kind of exploits. The demons have a tendency to fall off. Yeah, I have gotten... You know, if I want to fight the demons, it's no problem. It's easy to catch them vulnerable in their attack cooldown. With 2 plunging attacks that go down easy. But it takes a bit of time. And I'm going to run down the gosh darn correct path this time. Don't bang a sharp left. Just go down this thing. Goodbye. Bruno is now checking his archives to recall... Did Bruno ever parry after this part, man? No, that's not what I'm very irritated by that. Oh, I'm gonna relax, but I'm irritated because I was looking at left demon, and then when I hit lock on, it snapped to the right demon. I cannot imagine why that happened, and I'm gonna file a FromSoft complaint. Relax, Alex. Relax, Alex, says JJ. Yeah, Javid says, don't even lock on, just run. Bruno would manually turn the camera without locking on. Alright, I'll try that. I guess the reason why I wanted to lock on to the left guy was so that I could do a strafe roll while locked on. And maybe that would help me get, like, kind of directly behind him. But that was just a Dark Souls moment, says Keo, that just happened. Shadow Ops documented my getting slaughtered. Javid says, just keep your shield up while running. Yeah, Need to remember to do that a lot more often. Right. Oh, okay, he's stuck. Both of them are stuck. Alright, I'm gonna go up. Oh, God. Oh, God. Wow, you can see the arrow go through the corner. Pointing right at my little visitor's badge on my chest. You can't fucking block it, man. You cannot block those arrows, Alex. I need to atone. Alright, Javid says you can't stop on that bridge. So is my only viable way to get close enough to the guy on the right and then just engage him in melee combat? Can I summon Thanatos? I mean... that's the only summon charm I ever use. And I beat the game on 20 heat. Keo. Keo says if you absolutely must block, you need footing behind you. Yeah, you got to do it up against a wall or whatever. Yup, 20 heat. It was with the bow and arrow. And right at the beginning, I got the thing where you just hold attack to keep attacking. And the aspect of whatever to load a cast into your attack. So I tore up the scene. Yeah, that run was loading the cast into the arrow. I never know the names of the aspects, but Keo's gonna follow up with a comparative heat report as I am climbing close up to the highest heat that Keo has ever got in Hades the Hedgehog. Oh, God. What time is it? 4:57. I have 1 hit point remaining. Drink. At least one of them fell off. Keo is honor bound to at least match my heat. So is 19 your highest? Because you can bet that I'm not stopping at 20. You know, the game is getting so hard that I'm going to have to lean on all the most overpowered weapons. But I promise I won't say too much about Hades, everyone. Ah, look at them exactly in synchronization. Rule 1 says Shadow Ops, never get cornered. Yeah, once we get started with Sonic Adventure, it'll be pretty chill, and I can start to talk about some real-life components that will, you know, be affecting streams, life. I'm gonna New rule, no plunging attack on narrow balconies, Alex. Dude, I took him down with me. I taught him a lesson. But at what cost? Javit says, I technically defeated him. Roger Goodell would call that a draw. Shadow Ops Airman 1 has this to say. Dang. Yeah, Keo is in roughly that same heat neighborhood with a similar heat signature. Keo saw that pro maneuver just now. My skin needs some Neutrogena. Yikes. I got pierced. I got Alana pierced. No, I didn't want to plunge. So, let's talk about this, guys. I was hoping to... He jumped off as a courtesy. I was trying to bait him into attacking, right? But... Hey, and what's up, Yoster? You're hopping in from Sir Musty's video. Hello and welcome. He said he cooked me. We'll see what your definition of cook is as a Yoshi internet user. Third Bruno thinks plunges happen when you flick the directional stick. What do you mean by do you mean plunging attack? Because, yeah, I think I choked just now and did do a plunging attack, but I didn't mean to. Well, I meant... Technically, I meant to, but it was like... My brain had a hiccup. I was like... I think it was like, based on the angle I had, I was like, oh, maybe I could launch ahead and plunge, but it was not a good idea. I got killed anyway. But yeah, I'm fine with Musty doing that, even happy about it. I just don't want the word hate in the title because that's against YouTube's terms of service. And I don't hate Reginald or anyone that I roast on my content. Javid says the archer kept arrowing way past when he should have. Alright, you think it was just an unlucky scenario that... Yeah, I would think getting that close that I was would be enough to... And yeah, Javid recommends using light one-handed attack more often. Alright. You can jump over the fence? How deathy. He wanted to join me in my roofy grave. Alright, I'll try at least one more time. I know we're going a little bit past, but... So... We could watch a little bit of Musty, if people... Only if people want to. You know, watch like 10-15 minutes. Before, and I'll skip over the parts that are just my video. I'll skip ahead, you know, to when he gets to the actual responses. But we can also just go right to Sonic Adventure. Kyo doesn't know what to tell me. It's a slow weapon I got. I should use the attack that won't make me jump forward like this. Sam says I won't like the video. You know, and we'll see. I'm totally fine with dunking. Right, like PJ Sim and the Tavern of Sudbury. Them making those semi-angry response videos, you know, I say semi-angry, but they were totally fair and even funny and memorable. Like that was a highlight of my content creation career, both of those. Not Hockey 69, but... Just flat out. You won't like it. Kyo says, I'm so close to overcoming this section. I just gotta deal with the archer. I also don't really yet have a handle on when I am or am not safe from the left archer. Like, I know there are these towers, but... Alright, I'm gonna try to block and do a light attack. He got me. See, he doesn't stagger. Oh boy. Oh. You want me to try one more time? One more time. Each time I try, I am making incremental, you know, knowledge gained, gaining my ground and footing. And yes, as Javid says, by this point, I got a perfect run through the enemies. Thank God I have you guys telling me that that was viable to run through. Otherwise, I would have had, like, 4 attempts instead of this many. Alright. Hyper last try. I saw a YouTube video today. It was on the Larry King channel, but it was hosted by Tom Green, you know, because Larry King passed away. But I guess they still upload content on there, and maybe there's guest hosts. And the one I clicked on had Tom Green, and I'm like, if Tom Green became a new kind of Larry King type of interviewer, that would be totally amazing. I'm going to write network executives a letter of support for Tom Green. Because that's who we need more of in society. You know. Unlucky. So yeah, I don't yet understand yeah, we got to keep the stream moving, but JJ says so I should be rolling once I get up there. That kind of a good fail safe against those potential arrows. Yeah, JJ says roll when you get to the edge. Yeah, Javid says there will be some variance in the left archer's timing. So perhaps if I just spam rolling, right, as Keo says, rolling into the arrow. Alright, if it's okay with you, I would like to, maybe not even a full 15 minutes, but just a sniff test. To see, I'm way too curious, to see a little bit of what's going on in that, Sir Musty video that finally dropped. So I'll be right back very quickly, and we'll get going with that. Sam has this to say. Yes. All right. Let's hop to the zone. Oops. There's the spawn cast from before. for today's Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes discussion a little earlier. What is going on with this? I hate when this happens. The YouTube video is like down underneath the screen. So I bet it'll fix it if I just plug in the right monitor, because I got to switch out of Nintendo Switch mode. That fixed that. So I believe it's Sir Morristy, the second channel. All right, I appreciate it. He changed it to a much more appropriate thing. Insane Sonic fanboy is mad at Reggie Fils-Aimé for doing his job. Perfect. That's all that it needed. All right, so let me open this here. Wow, the first frame is a close-up of his face. Now, I know Sam keeps saying, well, he said it once, you're not going to like it, Alex. And that might be the case, but... Oops. Even the description of the video says, well, Alex Yard is an odd fellow. I would agree with that. But I must say, check him out anyway. Eblo says, insane. Alex, what's your diagnosis? It's not that that's literally true, but it's, I don't know. You can understand that as hyperbole, I guess you could say. Whereas hate is just hate. All right, here's the window. Undersane, says Evlo. Come on, where's... Okay, it's up here, that's why. So, get ready for the jump scare. First frame, there he is. Look, maybe I'm not going to like it. We'll find out, but I'm optimistic. Oh, you can't see me? Let's lower Sir Sweetheart. There we go. Sam says, I guess all Sonic fans are insane. Yeah, Eblo says, once all is said and done, post this react, then he can post his react to my react. Yeah. Infinite recursion. All right, here goes nothing.
Okay, so gamers, I've got another thing on the docket for you. I got more. We got more. We've had our AI slop. The kind of video that will make your head pop. And now I've got something else, chat. I got something else for you. I have got Reggie Fils-Aimé is overrated. No.
Right? Just this is great. I shouldn't go trigger happy with the pausing, but the idea that just the thesis as a starting point is like, you know, intolerable to him. I love it.
I have got Reggie Fils-Aimé is overrated. Nothing he did lasted. Now, I watched a bit of this and I was just like, do you know what? Let's make a reaction out of this. I've watched a little bit of this already. I've pre-watched a tiny bit. Not looking so good there with the dislikes, but at least he didn't hide them. Made by Alex Yard Adventure. Now, I was a bit confused.
Wait, you can hide the likes? I figure anyone that has a browser extension can see it.
Not looking so good there with the dislikes, but at least he didn't hide them. Made by Alex Yard Adventure. Now, I was a bit confused as to who this person was. But if you guys remember a while back, it's been a while back, I need to find the VOD so I can upload it on the second channel. He made this, which we did watch like 10 minutes of, and then I became a bit... I was horribly bored. You've only experienced...
He was bored. Wow. Okay.
25% of Sonic 3, which if you don't know, it was... he took what could have been an interesting way of playing one of his favorite games ever and made the most pretentious video truly I've ever watched, and that's not an exaggeration. It was like, oh hey, I like to play and go for score, but instead of saying, oh, this is why it goes for score, this is why going for score is fun. Yeah, it's great, it's great. He was like, hey, if you don't like to go for score, guess what? You've not fully completed this game, and guess what? You should never have an opinion on any Sonic game ever unless you've played it my way. I'm not joking. I'm not joking.
It's not quite that simple, but it's mostly fair for him to say that.
I might be exaggerating a little. I'm not joking. That is bar for bar, paraphrasing a little what he said. So then when he comes out with Reggie Fils-Aimé is overrated, it comes with the Vine boom, by the way. It comes with the Vine. I'm curious as to what he has to say. It's probably going to be more yapping, but I can't trust Nintendo fans. Nintendo fans probably must have swarmed it with dislikes and called it. Are the Nintendo fans being soy chat? Or is Alex Yard Adventure had another generational stinker? Let's find out.
Reggie Fils-Aimé is overrated. He didn't change.
Stands on business right from the rip. I respect it. I respect it, brother. I'm not gonna lie.
The game. He didn't disrupt the game.
What did he say? Stands on business?
The game. He didn't disrupt the game. His book is called Disrupting the Game. But in part 1 of this video, we're going to demonstrate how Reggie did not disrupt the game. In part 2, we will explore how Reggie's alleged quote-unquote disruptions actually have no legacy, no lasting impact. And in the final... Alright, so, again, we're not going to look at this for a half an hour or anything. So I'll just try to skip ahead. I will be to when he's actually talking behind at Nintendo of America.
Now, I already have a massive issue with how he's presented this. Firstly, though, before we get into that, Solar Flare, once again. Thank you very much. Using the word overrated for an actual person feels like something a chronic online person was saying. Not that I'd know what word to use instead. I don't know what word. Overblown. Reggie Fils-Aimé's legacy is overblown. Would have been like maybe a better title. Now, let's do some quick research chat. When did Reggie Fils-Aimé leave the company? Reggie Fils-Aimé. What year did he leave Nintendo, chat? He left in 2019. So when he says, hang on, he said, what's it? Hang on, let's have a look. Let's listen again.
In the final section, I will be delivering Reggie his... We'll explore how Reggie's alleged quote-unquote disruptions actually have no legacy, no lasting impact. And in the final section, I will be delivering Reggie his sentencing, which will specify what he needs to do to atone for the mess he left behind at Nintendo of America.
When he says mess he left behind at Nintendo of America, 2019 was the year the Switch came out, right? So, if anything, if he left in 2019...
So he's... Yeah, we can't do this. He's stopping to react to things that are explained in the video, so... It's a little bit disappointing. And yeah, I know it, but like the back of my hand, that Switch came out in 2017, but...
Didn't he leave on like a good note, relatively speaking, right?
All right, so he's just saying the first thing that comes to his head.
And he's a brother, so you're not talking about like, you're not getting far... What are we toning from? And he's a brother, so you're not talking about like, you're not getting far back to say slavery, you know, you're not doing that. You know, you're not getting that far back when you...
All right, now, for him to bring that in, now we have a concern. Why are you talking about race? That's a problem on his end. The fact that his mind would somehow go to race and slavery, I don't know that I'm going to even... He might be a racist.
You say atone for his sins, right? So what, the sin of having a handsome smile? Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing?
Yep, so he's just thinking out loud without actually watching the video.
Doing here, boss? That's what I'm saying. What are we doing here? Guys, you can't hear the video because I'm not playing it at the moment. I'm not playing it, okay? I'm not playing it. So, also, his disruptions have no legacy. Makes the that strongly implies that a CEO has to have a legacy. Which is an interesting conversation.
All right, I'm going to skip over that because he's just speculating on incomplete information. JJ is wild. A table that's a game changer.
Or it's just a catchy title for a book. Disrupting the game because he was like a CEO of a game company.
This is a waste of time. This might be a total waste of time.
I personally just thought it was a pun. Is it really that low, chat? Are you guys serious? Are you guys?
And then he doesn't even edit out this interstitial stuff of, you know, negotiating with Chad about the volume.
It's actually that's it.
That everyone has to do said thing from that point on. So, like, if Nintendo...
Hang on. Let me hear the whole point again.
An idea to disrupt the game means you bring an approach, a methodology, an idea to the table that's a game changer, that changes the way that everyone has to do said thing from that point on. So, like, if...
Do I agree with that definition? I don't know, to be honest. I'll let him finish.
Nintendo puts out their Wii and motion controls become a big hit, well, now all these other console companies feel obliged to keep up. So then you get PlayStation Move, Xbox Connect. That's what changing and disrupting the game is. So if you have coffee...
Wasn't that literally the case? Like, what's it? We had motion controls? Hang on. Now here's another question.
So we're not going to watch all that much left, but... So far, what I've watched so far, this is like double validating my video in advance because this dude doesn't even know what disrupting the game is. And, right, if he wants to just, in this vague, sweeping Adam Neely gesture, say, he just wanted a catchy name for the book. It's like, yeah, I know, buddy, and I'm calling bullshit that he's trying to sell copies of his memoir by inflating his accomplishments.
When did Reggie start the company? When did Reggie join?
When did right? Listen, where you know, maybe just a slip up, but he almost makes that phrase. He corrected himself, but he's saying, when did Reggie start Nintendo? All right, skip.
If anything, didn't he? You could argue he did. Because, yeah, motion controls became a thing, and then what's it? We had Kinect and PlayStation.
Yeah, so this video, it looks like this video is only going to doubly prove all of my points. This man is a walking example of everything that my video debunks because he is giving credit to Reggie for the success of motion controls. And so, you know, if he's just a Gen Z gonna just think out loud and render a verdict before actually looking at, right? JJ says, most reaction tubers are trash over actors. Is that an expression? Trash over actors?
What was it called? I forgot PlayStation's one. PlayStation Move, I want to say? I don't know what it is. But, yeah, like, if anything...
Yeah, so this maybe this is just a perfect place to stop because if it's an hour of this, then I hereby further certify my W with that video, because he's just walking into the classic fallacy that my video debunks, which is that he's sitting there being, wait, but motion controls were really successful, so Reggie is the man. QED. Thank you, Sir Morris D, for advertising my channel, because anyone in the audience with any critical thinking about what Reggie did or didn't contribute, right, to the success of the Wii, you know, he's making it seem like motion controls were Reggie's idea. This is why, you know, making my provocative content in the way that I have for the past 3 years, people making videos like this is like half the intended goal. And the fact that this does not happen all that often, really, it just tells me that my views and my theses that I put forward are extremely strong. Because, right, no one has made any substantive rebuttal to my original composition reporting. And, you know, if this is the first attempted response to one of my second channel videos, then this is already confetti. Because he is only further, right? I'll probably listen to more of this. Not even on stream. I don't know, right? So I will say that I appreciate that he changed the title. That goes a lot. I'm not offended by the word insane. That's hyperbolic. You know, crazy Sonic fans. I can accept that disparagement. Kyo doesn't get it. The president of the company didn't work in R&D with motion controls. Yeah, so the final very blunt criticism that I will give of this channel is that it's bloated. He is, I don't know, the idea that he would be stopping the video to speculate on incomplete information is annoying, because a lot of the things that he takes issue with are fully explained in the video itself. So I guess we can end the sniff test there, but, you know, this is more or less the type of thing that I would have expected. A take as bogus as Hockey Man's 60s...
I don't know.
Part 2 video. Right? So I can look at this those 6-7 minutes we watched. If that's representative of the entire hour, then this is a huge win for me. Because anyone that can think critically will be able to understand what I'm saying despite his incomplete stream of consciousness reactions. Sam confirms the time. So let's get Sonicking, shall we? Yeah, I consider that a win because it's just a commercial for my channel. It's exposure. You know, to get someone dunking on me, how many people in the audience are gonna, oh wow, this guy's really, you know, forming his ideas articulately and fairly. And so I would not spend any time, effort, or use my platform or voice to respond to him unless the discussions or reactions about it, you know, rose high enough. But really all his video is just a deluxe comment. Now, Sam says, next up, RGT85 React. And what are you talking about with that? Because we did do RGT earlier today. That was at the very start. But I'm going to open Sonic Adventure now. Yeah, Sam says, yeah, him next someday. Not sure what you mean, because I did do it, we already did the RGT thing. It was earlier today at 3 p.m. Where's Sonic Adventure? Here we go.
Sega. Sonic Team.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'll fix the volume here. Sam wonders if RGT knows about my channel. I doubt it. No, there's no indication he would. Find the window here. If any moderator is able, that would be great if you could update the stream category. But yeah, no, I doubt RGT has heard of my A's. And I don't know if Tim Rogers has heard of my A's. That Tim Rogers video has climbed, you know, past the kind of default 100 views that just about any video I make will get on day one. I think that volume level should be pretty good, but let me know otherwise. Thank you, moderator, for updating the category.
Select a file.
Alright, Sam confirms the music level is good. "79 emblems." It's gotta be my one.
Select a file.
Sweet, well, here we are, guys. Gonna play some chill Sonic Adventure. And depending on how I feel and how we feel, I may do one zone of Sonic Mania or a little bit of after the sequel, but I should probably do Sonic Mania. Alright. Let's try a little trial to start.
Select your character.
And yeah, I do want to talk also about some things that have gone on behind the scenes that you guys should know about, because it will be affecting, you know, stream schedule and stuff. Is this a gotta beat it with 50 rings? Yeah. Why not? Well, here we go. So yeah, welcome to the zone, everybody. So yeah, having looked at that, Sir Musty, just a quick little check-in at if that is kind of representative of the whole video, then it's just kind of a lightweight attempt that will only promote my channel. And so I'm not even really mad at all at Sir Musty, because getting a video like that is in a way very valuable, because it gives you an even more direct glimpse at the thought process, you know, of angry comments that I get. Yeah, I guess that's it. So if I only need 50 rings, then keeping rings early on is not the most essential thing to have to do. Yeah, so first I, just want to apologize for abruptly canceling tonight's cart. And yes, so Sam says, will there be a Sunday hangout? Yes, there still will be a Sunday hangout. And, until further notice, there will be no change to gaming hangouts on Thursday. Yeah, so I'll definitely be there tomorrow. Yeah, so I guess I want to talk in broad strokes about what's going on. And if there's people trickling in because of Sir Musty's video and they're peeking in the stream, so be it. It's an unusual day, and I'm not going to be talking about this for an hour or anything. But yeah, now we got only 4 viewers, which is fine. I just don't want to do a whole lot of talking if no one's really going to see this, but yeah, I know it's kind of a weird time. So, really, the headline about what's going on is that I have to work a bit more. Due to financial realities, you know, I've been trying to make things work for as long as I have, and while I still feel, you know, full steam ahead about music theory and the second channel, I'm having to make some hard decisions. And it pretty much just involves picking up more hours at the day job. And so, without going into too much details, yeah, I'm able to probably pick up hours at my current job doing a different thing. So there will be no change to my normal job, but I'll also pick up more shifts doing a different thing. Now, the only silver lining to that is that this other job that I may begin picking up hours for, it may have some downtime. You know, downtime where there's nothing actively happening. And so, like, that's the kind of thing where, you know, I can bring a notebook and start to jot down things, you know, whether I'm writing a draft of a video or an outline or what, right? Like, I'm not constantly having to do things. So while waiting for the next thing to happen, so that's really the only silver lining. But I guess you could say the biggest thing is that it may interrupt streaming schedule. You know, I may have to work, you know, a full night shift on a Wednesday, which is typically a streaming day. That's how desperate things have gotten. And that's just reality in life. I'm not, like, super resentful like it's some kind of injustice. You know, it is very saddening. You know, when I think about many of you guys with your loyal subscriptions, you know, and Third Bruno with his triple sub, I so thoroughly appreciate all the support, and, you know, I want to give you guys the best bang for your buck and everything, but, you know, we'll see how much my streaming schedule needs to change. Like, if those primetime... It's so sad to even think about it. But if those primetime days are days that I have to work sometimes, then, you know, maybe... Again, I'm really just trying to think out loud here. Do a quicker stream, like in the daytime, you know, which... That would be tougher for the American audience to get in, but even if it's just, you know, for the sake of do an hour-long, hour-and-a-half stream, kind of in the midday, so that there's at least, you know, a VOD to check in with. Whoops. I transformed. I went super. And hello there, Polar Wildcat. Sounds like Polar Wildcat just had a stream. Hope it went well. Yeah, so I really appreciate what you guys at Third Bruno says. Whatever you need to do, you understand. That means a lot. And then Sam says, you know, you try to help when you can. And yes, I appreciate that too. And really, you don't ever need to think of it in terms of you know, or, you know, do I give Alex enough? It's really not like that. I thank you guys so much, even for just, you know, a vanilla subscription. That's pretty awesome. And so, you know, patron pledges on top of that. I'm always so thankful, and it's never, you know, I do not drive pledges a lot. I am not constantly asking for, you know, subs and bits, and I don't do that a lot. I know a lot of streamers will actively drive those. You know, whether I should have been doing that the whole time, I don't know. But I'm also under no illusions that, you know, there's parts of my broadcasting style that are, you know, not in service of Sir John Feelgood at all times. And so, you know, maybe people get alienated, they leave. That's obviously happened. Look at the refugees that find another server to coalesce in, and I'm not even resentful of that at all. You know, but with Alex Yard Next and my, you know, blunt commentary style, you know, if some longtime viewers are just losing interest or just not feeling the same vibe that they enjoy anymore, I regret that that's happening, but I don't regret the choice. I just, you know, wish it didn't have to be that way, but I totally understand. And so with dwindling numbers, I gotta wonder whether it's vain. Is it vain of me to stream for as many hours as I do? You know, and I know some streams lately I've not been my best self. I can acknowledge that. The idea that I am polarizing, you know, that's a big reason why I started doing the second channel videos. Because I'm like, well, if my commentary style is not really promoting or, what's the word, fostering, you know, a great hangout environment necessarily, there goes all my rings, then it's like, alright, let me put it to better use by making it into permanent content on YouTube that has, you know, prominent search tags and stuff. So yeah, I don't know what the new paradigm is going to look like as far as what the default streaming schedule is. But I do feel like some innocence has been lost. But I'm more than okay with that because... Spin dash here. Oh, and I don't have the rings. Now, if I died, could I backtrack for rings? Yeah, you know, I look at the covering up, and I'm not going to go on a political treatise, but the idea that Joe Biden, you know, was just totally mentally incapacitated and out of it for like most of his presidency, and that was super covered up. And then you got the origin of the 2020 lockdown, which killed so many people, and then when you think about who was funding the building where that got started, I've had enough. I'm going absolutely insane watching the world just fall to crap that I want to speak up on low-stakes topics so that I can debunk the same kinds of BS thought processes that pervade high-stakes topics. Right? People you serving a narrative that doesn't add up and expecting you to buy it. My content approach is a direct reflection of the world we live in. It is my response. It is my way of processing this and that. You know, when I look at the flat Earth caliber logic on Adam Neely's content, and it's... I don't want to say it's offensive. That's probably not the right word, but it is kind of a counterproductive travesty. Yeah, I'm not going to have enough rings. And although, let me just try one more thing. Which is that there was that platform. And yeah, I see that you're saying restart Shadow Ops, but I'm not going to restart this level. It's because it's 10 minutes. Can you get up there?
Hey, let go.
Or maybe is that just kind of the exit of another path? Alright, so this is probably doomed. And yeah, you know, there's part of me that... Oh! Can I get up there? And I can't fly with tails, right? Yoshi's in the house wondering if you can do a VGM request with oscilloscope videos of old game music. That's an interesting question. And my first inclination is to say that I would maybe permit that if it was like a really well-known song. Like if it was a Sonic song that everyone knows. I just wouldn't want to do an oscilloscope of a song no one knows, because you're going to be hearing these isolated instruments having no context for how they contribute to the whole. I did it. Now you gotta wonder if that pipe there was put there. Alright, but the point is I can get back up there. Alright, yeah, Yoshi, if it's Sonic related, I'm inclined to say... My initial gut is to say yes. But one thing I'm thinking about is... Yeah, the camera wins, says Yoshi. There's a W for the camera. And I'm just kind of thinking out loud. The drawback of that is that there would be oscilloscope waves on screen, but not gameplay, and I never ever want to overcomplicate it with two videos at once. Never. So it would have to be one or the other. That might be the main drawback of it. Hey, how's it going, Green and Salty? How's the greenery out in Green Greens? Oh, just that little nook. That does kind of feel intentional. To let you backtrack a la Sonic said there. The camera did its bit again.
Hey, let go.
Does that take your rings? Well, I got 40, and I think there's a ring trail that has at least 10. Yeah, so Yoshi, here's what I'll say. I'll allow it at least once, you know, today, if you want to do it today. And then we'll see how it goes. I can't promise that Wow, it homing attacks enemies? This move? Sense move? Cheese your way to victory.
Yes.
Shadow Ops was saying I should go back, but yeah, maybe that. YouTube is unfortunately, the video is on a bit more of a delay. Nice. Yeah, Yoshi says the oscilloscope for flying battery is really good. It sure is good, and that's why I put it in the flying battery video at the end. Is that how you learned about it? Have you watched my flying battery video?
Here I come, Sonic!
Select a
Okay,
stage.
Polar Wildcat explains, with the Ancient Light upgrade, it does homing attacks. What's that? Face cap? How hard could it be? Oh, wait, no. Is this the one?
Come on, Tails.
No, this is fine.
You don't have any rings, Tails. Watch out.
You don't have any rings, Tails. I don't remember that dialogue. So, I don't know if I've even attempted this. And I don't think...
Hooray!
Okay, so you have jump, but not... Is there a crouch? Wow! Look at this! A gifted sub-splosion! How awesome is that? And it went to a lot of names I recognize. That's really excellent. I thank you so much, gifted sub-giver. Because I'm seeing that Wonder Woman got one, Eblo even, Yoshi got one, and Polar Wildcat too, and one other lucky user. Well, to the generous gifted sub-gifter, I thank you, and Yoshi the Oreo thanks you. I agree with Keo, that's awesome. It means a lot. Every bit helps. And yeah, I'm gonna take care of you guys with the Mania video. It's, you know, expect a quality experience on par with the best videos that I've ever done. Nice, and Wonder Woman popped in at the right time. Because, yeah, those gifted subs do favor people that are currently present. Hello, Wonder Woman. Enjoy the gifted sub. Okay, so, yeah, Green and Salty, and I kind of wondered if you were popping in from Sir Morristy's. Yeah, so news did break that he finally posted that thing. And what did you think of it, Green and Salty? Because... a little while ago, we looked at the first 5 or so minutes, and it was lightweight. The guy doesn't know what he's talking about. And I promise I won't retread all of that, but he's trying to give credit to Reggie for motion controls on the Wii. I'm like, alright, perfect. You have only further proven my thesis. Wonder Woman says hello to everybody.
Here I come, Sonic!
Try that snowboard again. Oh, okay. Green and Salty didn't watch it.
Select a stage.
So, if anything, I'm happy about it because his response is so poorly reasoned that anyone watching with critical thinking would be like, I gotta check out this Alex Yard
Come on,
channel.
Tails. See you later, Tails.
Yeah, Green and Salty saw me live and decided to join. Well, I appreciate it. Welcome.
Hooray!
Tonight is just some casual Sonic adventuring. And I may do at least one zone of Mania. It's pretty chill tonight. But yeah, if anything, I'm happy that, you know, he saw it, that he reacted. I know full well that my content, it's not that I'm saying things I don't believe just for a reaction, but I know it's, you know, it's not everyone join hands together. You know, it's safe to say you watch my video and it's like, alright, shots fired. Alright, Wonder Woman's taking off. Have a great night, Wonder Woman. Did I just catch up to some? Where is? Oh no, there he is. So what do you guys think is the trick to this? I mean, obviously, like, avoid ice. But beyond that, is it just about making all these jumps?
Good going. You made it.
Am I slightly ahead now? I got that shortcut in here. Come on. Beat an even faster Sonic. I wonder what happened to Sonic. Oh god. Don't blow it. Oh, I love Tails so much. Plus, Green and Salty has absolutely no idea what Reggie is. And if you don't know what Reggie is, you're not really missing out on anything. Oh, I gotta hit the thing. Oh, tell me I'm gonna screw it up. Looks like Sonic fumbled it at the end. Yeah, all I had to do, I think, is just beat Sonic. Yes, and the hype train is accumulated. I'm seeing it's at 50%.
That wasn't too bad.
Third Bruno enjoyed that photo finish. Hey, 80. So I unlocked Sonic Labyrinth. Wow. I gave Third Bruno a laugh. Yeah, Yoshi was ready to clip that if I had lost, dude. There I am, just wandering off to the side, crashing into that log. Green and Salty says, how did I almost screw that up? It was very close. How many Amy ones do I have left? Oh, I get to open a gift bag because of the hype train? What is it? A crazy emote? Alright. Shadow Op said, I just barely beat that by the skin of my cheek. Now, is Hot Shelter the one? No, Twinkle Park was almost made me rage quit, but I guess I finally did it. Now this thing is covering chat, and is the only way to share? Or, fine. Choo choo. I guess that's what the hype train earned us. Oh, okay, it was the you're not missing much thing? Yeah. Green and Salty doesn't know what a Reggie is, which is all is right with the universe, you know. And I dunk on Reggie for fun, but I don't hate him, but I do resent him for just kind of his cop-outs, deflecting responsibilities. What are these statues? Is this canon? By the way, what is the mission? I don't even remember what the mission is.
Select your character.
My turn now.
It's her turn now. Let's go.
Select a stage.
Eggman has good taste in art, says Yoshi. He's a man of taste. Alright, 6.5 minutes. So it's just purely speed. Do I have to destroy the monkey statue first?
Hold on to the handle and turn the key to the left to open the door.
Oh yeah, these handles. Oh, wrong way, wrong way. You ever played Diddy Kong Racing? Oh god. Ah, Amy is the best. Here I was thinking Tails was the best, but Amy? Oh, Amy can get speed shoes? It's kind of badass. Oh, does Amy... She can't swim? Well, do all the characters do this? Dude, playing as Amy, just everything feels okay in the universe. Peak Gameplay says Green and Salty. Turning that thing the wrong way. Learning the hard way in this life. So, do you watch Sir Morristy's channel
This must be the emergency drainage switch.
regularly, Green and Salty? And if so, what's his masterpiece? Now, see that thing? Is that what they brought back in Sonic Superstars? That set of lights that have different colors? Or is it Press Factory? You gotta find the button depending on that color of that meter that's running down. It's pretty cool. Alright, Green and Salty has only seen one of Sir Morristy's videos. Yeah, I was on the edge of my seat waiting for him to post that video about me because it was like over a week ago that he did the live stream. What do I gotta push this library staircase? Look at these Zelda mechanics. Push the object to solve the visual spatial puzzle. Act 2. We're in the toilettes. Peak gameplay. Oh, is that insta-die if Rob the Robot gets me? Not the toilet, Alex. Oh, Amy's not supposed to be in here. Scandalous. Oh, you just twist it a little and it keeps opening? That's convenient. Oh, Banjo-Kazooie. I turn the direction of the gears.
The switch for the gear controls is around here somewhere.
Okay, yeah, Green and Salty says that he put the title Sonic Fanboy. Yeah, yeah. And I appreciate, because at first he said, what, Sonic fan hates Reggie. It's not hate, but I appreciate that he changed it. I'm gonna just kind of acknowledge and thank that. So I take it you're a Sonic fan too, Green and Salty. So, if so, then why is Sonic CD your favorite Sonic game? I'm just kidding about that. It's one of my favorites. And I've done several videos analyzing the music in Sonic CD, as well as Sonic 3.
Be careful not to
Oh
fall
boy.
off.
Oh boy, am I, says Green and Salty. Glad to hear it. You're in the right place.
Be careful not to fall off.
Why can't I advance in the adventure? Green and Salty says CD is your least favorite of the classics. And that's, you know, to be expected. Because I haven't made my Sonic CD video yet. And Sparky's video is really only convincing King K to change his tone. To say nothing of Hockey 69. Oh, Green and Salty says, you just never got around to it. Oh, so you haven't really played it that much? So it's your least favorite on the basis that you have no experience with it? Oh god. Can Amy do a long jump like Mario? Amy's the best. It's crazy. And she's from Sonic CD. Oh god. Wow, okay. So I'm already at 6 minutes. But for recon's sake, I do want to play the whole level. Oh yeah, this is the Matrix Architect room. Love this room. This block is yellow, ergo, it goes right over here. Just like I did in the Bluey Color Assessment Challenge. Whoa. Ah, I always forget that that's a bit in this level. I love it. Oh, was that a shortcut? Since I'm not going to get the 6.5 minutes, let me see if this is quicker. I'm not really sure. It might be about the same. Yeah, you're saying you tried to 100% Sonic CD, but it never clicked. As far as, yeah, Green and Salty also asked, what's my favorite game? In Sonic, I guess I would say Sonic 3, but Sonic CD is right up there with it, basically. I would even say Sonic CD is objectively better, even if Sonic 3 is kind of my personal favorite. And as for the 3D games, the winner for me is very clear and easy to pick. It's Sonic Heroes. See how that thing stuck to that micro ceiling for a moment? Why won't the hedgehog pick up the cube? Imagine doing this micro puzzle under, you know, tight, tense time limit. I'm not looking forward to that, people. You gotta go upstairs for the last piece? Oh, here it is. Yeah. So I like 3K, CD, Heroes. Those are my cherished top Sonic games. Excuse me, how rude. My body requested more oxygen. Shadow Off says robot generators and Metal Sonic projectors early on. Once you get the time stones, a lot of that crap clears up. I lost. Yeah, Green and Salty says interesting hot take. Yes, someday I will finally serve King K his due and the Geek Critique.
Select your character.
For all the negative things they've said about Sonic the Hedgehog heroism heroes. Now, I could try an E102 level, but I guess the drawback of this is that...
Select a stage.
Is it constantly beeping? Wait, 30 seconds? What is this? You just fight E105? How do I not remember this? Well, where are the 50 rings I need? I don't remember any of this. What's happening to me? Yes. Oh, look how cute, but slowly he climbs up the ladder. That's great. Green and Salty wonders when's the last time I played SA1. I've streamed it maybe every few weeks, you know, in the past several months. Gradually going through gradually getting, you know, I don't know if I'm ever actually gonna get all emblems. Oops. But that's ostensibly the goal. And I guess I'll just keep getting emblems until I get to those tricky ones that then I'll have to decide, do I want to invest my time and emotions into getting that really difficult one where it's the snowboarding thing that EB was kind of telling me about. It's like a very specific spot. You have to jump off a ramp. Yeah, so this timer is counting down. I guess, you know, the 30-second timer that was on the best time, that was, you know, there was that much time remaining when I finished, I suppose. Well, I have 99 rings, so I just gotta finish the job. Am I going in circles, people? He took my rings. I tried, I failed. I mean, I could get enough rings. There's rings under there. Okay. Sounds a lot like Heroes. Oh, is that gonna pick up me? I'm running out of time here. Ah, there come the bombs. Oh, I gotta hit the button each time. Alright, I kinda wanna... Maybe I would be able to get the 50 rings I need from here. Stand on the platform. Oh, I gotta hit the button and run over. You gotta hit the button, Alex Yard. Oh, and then... Okay, so Shadow Ops was saying target the switch. So I can shoot those switches? Yeah, look at that. You can. Nice pro tip there, Shadow Ops. Green and Salty knew it as well. Yay. Automation. So this is kind of what Heroes does. having like multiple trains to jump between. That's cool. Shout out to Heroes. I'm running out of time now. Is that just enemies or help? Am I even doing this right? Alright, I'm not doing too well. Oh, you can get on top? Oh! A lot of rings up here. It feels badass cruising along while targeting. That is all. I do not remember this level at all. Oh. Oh, now I'm gonna run out of time.
Activity ceased.
Okay, so I'm now just kind of figuring out. Each enemy gets you some time. Wonder why I didn't lose my rings on that. Alright, I got my rings. Do I need to destroy all these things? Hey. Alright, can this be beaten in 20 seconds? Thanks, camera. I think I got it. Okay, yeah, and Shadow Ops and Yoshi are saying that the more of a combo you get, the more time you get back. Makes sense. Alright, I think we'll do one more, maybe one more mission, and then we're just gonna do one Zone of Mania, which I think is Metallic Madness. Good level.
Select your character. Let's get him.
Now, there's probably no Sonic... I just want to look.
Select a stage.
Let's see what's... Is this just a time requirement? Yeah. Let's try it. I'm gonna have to do a whole lot of shortcuts to succeed, I gather. Wow, you see that underside has a booster on it? I wonder why. Celsius. Da, 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 da.
Here we go.
Well, that set me back. Hey, it's this from the second channel banner. That up. Ah. I keep forgetting that you get kind of a whole lot of retries, basically. Since that if you die, you know, it'll just send you back to where you were. It didn't work. No, was this just a waste of time? Yeah, so I'm gonna jump off.
No.
Nice, Polar Wildcats down over in Providence. Waiting for a Providence Bruins game. And you have that Fox jersey, very cool. Yay, Bruins. Did Tails steal the rocket, dude? I appreciate the encouragement, Green and Salty, saying I can do it. I believe in me. Could this be faster? What is there, the whole morning sequence after this set piece? This music is so great. Yeah, I clearly need to be spin dashing way more. But I'm ready for some mania. Such a good song. At dawn indeed, Shadow Ops. Very memorable track.
Hey, pump it up. Select your character.
Okay. To Mania. Sonic Mania. Wow, 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 da, 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 da. Probably have to turn up the volume on that. Need some more volume. Oops. Do 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 do. There it is. Back again. It's good to be back. Metallic Madness was, of course, the last video I did for Sonic CD music theory videos. Who could forget? Sure is Mania, says Green and Salty. Have you 100%ed Sonic Mania? Melissa McCarthy is here. Ghostbusters Unite. Love doing it. Drop dash post hitting an enemy. It makes me feel cooler than Post Malone. And that dude sat in for Kurt with all the other members of Nirvana at that their 50th anniversary of SNL. That was nuts. And he was really good. I think the consensus is in. This classic part from the music theory video. Nice. Green and Salty certainly beat the game with every character. I have gotten all the medals from all the Blue Sphere special stages. Wow, and Green and Salty says that it was Mania that got you into Sonic after all. Very cool. This game is a phenomenal entry point, I must say. So was it that you had Netflix? And since Mania is on Netflix gaming, you're like, let me finally try a Sonic game, because it comes with Netflix now. No, I'm just kidding about that. It probably wasn't your entry point on Netflix, but it might have been. I like that you can control your air trajectory even when getting launched by these seesaw things. Ow. Dun, dun, dun. I always like the number of pixels being lower on background Sonic. Rinse and repeat. Nice. How it happened was that Green and Salty saw Green and Salty's brother playing it, and he wanted to try it. Very cool. I think this game was also given out for free, like on PlayStation for a while. And I don't even know if you needed to have a PlayStation Plus account or whatever. I died. Not 20 seconds into Act 2. but I come equipped with 15 lives. Sam reports that Sonic Unleashed got a fan-made PC port. Does it have 120 hertz? Or a recomp, Sam clarifies it as. Is that where Nerl breaks down all the code and then puts it back together more deluxely? Is that what the Majora's Mask thing was? Ah, look at Sonic stuck. Hold on. I don't come in this room very often. This is a path I don't usually go to. Epic new content. Eblo's wanting more details about that there PC recomp. Is it like unauthorized? Green and Salty spotted Tiny Sonic. And I don't know if he's canonically called Chibi Sonic. Does he appear in Smash Brothers as an assist trophy that's canonically called sorry, I forgot what I was saying. It had something to do with Chibi Sonic. Oh yeah, assist trophy in Smash. Oh, here's Chibi Sonic. He's the Micro Sonic you get when you walk through those non-fatal lasers. And yeah, Eblo is now seeing that got a gifted sub. So yes, a generous, anonymous donor gave a 5 gifted sub explosion, which is great. I thank that kind person once and again. Eblo says, anonymous, the elite 4chan hacker? Imagine that. Those ones that have that, what is it, the Guy Fawkes mask from V for Vendetta? Yeah, Green Salt says, oh, you didn't collect the Chaos Emeralds. Yeah, I couldn't help jumping into this one for fun. Pentatonic. Pardon me. Nice. Eblo's gonna look into that there Unleashed recompilation. Yeah, and Unleashed is a big knowledge gap in my Sonic resume, I admit it. I'm just not really tempted to play it. It looks so tiring. Oh boy. I don't know, sometimes when I think of Sonic Colors, I get tired. Just give me Sonic Heroes, Adventure 1 and 2, Frontiers. But Unleashed, I'm too tired. What could that even mean? This is gameplay. So yeah, are there any other interesting top stories going around the gaming world or the content space? Sorry that my brain is a little bit fried, but Pokemon Day happened. What are people's verdicts on that? I haven't watched any content slices about it, and I don't really follow Pokemon too closely, except when I'm ready to do a King K takedown. And Green and Salty said, was it because of the high-speed stages? I think it's just because when I play this game on streams, it's usually for a points wager. That when we do score challenge, we don't use special stages. Evlo says that at that Nintendo Direct, Pokemon Direct, Nintendo aired my discussion video and apologized profusely to the fans. They finally took to the stage with their mea culpa. We're sorry about the recycled wireframes. Yoshi says ZA looks promising. Gonna wait and see if Nintendo learned just to make good games instead of just throwing their weight around. So was Legend, is the one that's coming out Arceus ZA? Or is that the one that already came out in the past? Alright, so I'm not gonna play Titanic Monarch. Canonically, the reason why I just played Metallic Madness was simply because I won't give it away fully, but I needed something for the music theory video. So the new music theory video, if anyone doesn't know, in case, is about Sonic Mania. And so there's a reason I'm not going to give away why I needed to get up to this level. Eventually you shall find out, people. We got about 20 minutes left. Although it said that with that transition, it basically implies the Titanic Monarch exists at the time of Sonic CD. Yeah, because they're in the same spot. It's not like he warped out of Metallic Madness to get to the Monarch. But Green and Salty is going to head out, and I'm so glad you joined us, Green and Salty. Have a great time, and possibly chat again at some point. It was great to have you. See you later. Shadow Ops thinks that Sonic the Fighters had the Metallic Madness music. I appreciate the good day wishes, Green and Salty. Did anyone get the song request? Okay, no one got the song request. Nice. Eblo scooped it up. That's what it's all about. Oops, Eblo's finger slipped. Clumsy me. Sorry, everyone. Yoshi will be conserving Yoshi's points for the time being. Wow, this has a canon. I always forget about this. It's got the rotating thing. That's cool. Anyone know what DA stands for? From DA Garden? Now is this... Alright, good. It's not going to have all the pretentious song titles. Like tabloid jargon. Keep that out of the... Evlo says, it stands for District Attorney Garden. Welcome to the Garden of Dental Assistants, everybody. Will it let me do competition alone?
Sonic! Sonic!
Now that voice is the Daytona guy, right?
Sonic!
Eblo confirms, as Eblo loves that there deep cut of getting the Daytona USA guy. Yeah, they sent him an email that record these sound clips. And yes, as Eblo points out, you also hear him say, "Go!" in multiplayer, which I always hated that sound so much. Now that I know it's the Daytona guy, I'm a little bit more okay with it, but I still don't like it. Alright, so Eblo sent over the song request. Yeah, I think we should just get going with that, and then, you know, we have the option to look at something else. We're not going to look at more of the Sir Morristy video, but... Rolling Start! Is that a Daytona voice clip from that guy? Interesting. Wow, Shadow Op says Disc Audio Garden. That would make sense for the OG Sonic CD, is that... Did you just email Reggie real quick and get an official statement on that? Interesting. Shadow Op says the music is in .cda format in the OG. Polar Wildcat confirms that's at the beginning of the beginner track. It's the beginning of the beginning. Alright, I'm gonna pull up the song request now from Eblo. Do 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 do. I wish I could say what the song request is, but maybe some of you will recognize it. There's a reason why I would be excited to say it. Yeah, Eblo figures some zoners will get this immediately, possibly. Start off with an Eggman cadence. 6, 7, 1. Alright, Shadow Ops looked it up. Very resourceful. Cadence. Returns. Oh. There's EV right on cue. This is, of course, Ape Escape 2. That, like, sort of human voice. Long play archive. Did I pull up the wrong game? Oh my gosh, I had one job. Where did I go wrong? My ape escape. That's a little loud, huh? Let me get the correct game. It was my fault, I typed it in without the number 2. Thankfully, same channel's got it. Casanosity. Hey, Sony Computer Entertainment. That's where Tim Rogers possibly worked. Look at this Pokemon character. It's just Misty. Hi, Misty. Eblo's got an impressive Ape Escape resume. Okay, yeah, JJ spotted Ubisoft. I guess they were the publisher. And this is just Dr. Wily. What's going on with this, guys? This is the Misty and Wily show. No one told me about this. And then he's got a, I almost said Serious Sam, Uncle Sam top hat. Is this a satire of American exceptionalism? Because I'm here for it. Yeah, they needed to rely on Ubisoft to publish it, because in certain territories, only Ubisoft has Best Buy in their Rolodex of contacts. Alright, Polar Wildcat, enjoy the game, and I'll talk to you later, man. Thanks for popping in. Eblo says that the Spectre theme sticks out to Eblo because it's like the only one that doesn't use the common melody that all the other encounters use. So all the, whoa, look, Disco 8. Very cool. Yeah, Eevee says try the final fight. Fight Wily at the end. This is a graphical improvement. Be here all night. No, I won't be. I gotta drive right after this stream, sadly. This doesn't look like a final boss queue-up cutscene. Ah, little baby ape. Oh, is this like Earthbound? Their souls are getting sent back in time or something? Eevee was disappointed by the music in 3. Also, was this song done by a second composer, separate from the person who did most? It's just dialogue, and skip ahead. He looks like a younger Kingdom Hearts character. This guy you play as. Okay, Eblo says that, yeah, so this second game was the different composer than 1 and 2. Wow, so they got back the composer from 1 to do 3, but it was disappointing. I wonder what happened. Solfege. No, that almost sounds like, what is it? Neon Genesis Bible Evangelion Gel. That sort of humanoid vocal voice. Oh, okay. EB was just talking about the final battle in Ape Escape 3. Let it be known the rest of the soundtrack is decent. This ranks at the top of the comprehensive list for EB of all the Spectre fights. Heblo says the main character and female deuteragonist. Oh, I haven't watched enough Liam Triforce videos. I don't know what a deuteragonist is. Share English voice actors in Ash and Misty from Pokemon in the US version, so it's not just me. I was indirectly onto something with the Misty bit. Deuteragonist, do you control she at times? Now this looks like Ratchet and Clank, the way he's running around with a weapon. Wow, JJ remembers being taught that word. Heblo explains deuteragonist is a character along the protagonist, but is not the main character. You didn't want to say assistant and sound demeaning. So what you're telling me is she's an assistant. I wonder what would be another example of that. Like Navi from here's the Neon Genesis part. Navi from Zelda, or the beloved Murphy from Rayman the Hedgehog. Heblo says, thank Masato from Neon Sadly, I've never actually watched Neon Genesis. All I've ever done is debate Subsonic Sparky about its religious content and its implications. And then when Relax-A-Lax did like an anime parody intro, it had that song, and I just thought it was something that Relax-A-Lax made. But it was so goofy and fun that I was surprised, and I said, no, that's just the Neon Bible program's intro theme. EB says, look how sweet the Super Hoop is in this. You see that Super Hoop. Okay, yeah, Heblo says another example would be when you play Shadow 05 and Sonic's kind of tagging along. Alright, so you don't control a deuteragonist. So is Olaf a deuteragonist of Frozen? Or is this a, will King K only allow you to use the word deuteragonist in a video game? Heblo's not Zoomer enough to know about Frozen. Haha, I have more Zoomer cred. I saw Frozen 2 and 1 in theaters, I admit it. It was on dates, don't at me. And I kinda liked the movies. Alright, Heblo says maybe that's not the best word, but the female character is mission control. Kinda like Cortana. Heblo has a commemorative rest in peace for Misty's voice actress. I certainly heard that voice plenty on the Pokemon program. Hey, there's the Misty equivalent with Dr. Wily. So she does laundry? Well, at least Wily has a basket too, otherwise we'd have a problem. He is a big Misty fan too, so this game was a treat for that reason. She also looks like the Mischief Makers. And then this guy kind of looks like Bellamon. the ending. Ah, it canonically is. Code Chimp, everybody. Wow, you got the battle tanks like in Odyssey. Edlo does like how previous protagonists show up in later games, only for plot to stop them from getting directly involved. I wanted to draw a comparison, but I might be the spoiler. EB has been meaning to draw this tank, having drawn the first one from 1. Eggman, oh Cadence. Eggman, Cadence. Quickly check the traffic report. See if Sir Morristy has made my channel blow up. Shadow Up says, music theory on The World Ends With You. What's that song from? Do 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 do. Ruby has a love-hate relationship with Ape Escape 2. But is nonetheless glad you walked in on a game you're very familiar with. It's great to have more than one Ape Escape expert. All we need now is I Can To. There's a whole lot of items, huh? EB says Stun Club on Square is interesting. Assign items to buttons like in Zelda. Who let the apes out? Edlo says it's all part of the Zone's extended ploy to hypnotize Alex into playing these games. With the Metal Gear Solid Delta Ape Escape involvement, I think that, yes, EV anticipates me. I think they're going to get ported to Steam, like, by the end of the year. So obvious. But it might depend on how much people, engage with and hype up the Ape Escape stuff in Metal Gear Solid Delta. So even if you don't buy Delta, go on Twitter and just rave about how the Ape Escape stuff is one of the standout parts of the game. Maybe doesn't think they ever will. Is it because it's a PlayStation game? Have they ported any PlayStation properties to Steam? Ratchet and Sweetheart, Spyro the Sweetheart, Jack and his buddy, Daxter, Laboratory. Okay, he says a few, but yeah, not many. Sony Entertainment first-party titles. Come and watch some Neon Gems. With spaceships, I assume. Evlo mentions Ratchet and Clank, God of War. Is there a Ratchet and Clank Legacy Collection? In my Tim Rogers research, I found out that the guy Frank Cifaldi, part of his resume is that I don't know if he has a studio proper, but he and whatever team he did made, I think, the first Mega Man Legacy collection, but not the second or third. I don't know what one. But he did do the first one. Like, imagine citing that in a job interview. Yeah, we did the first of the Mega Man Legacy collections. The first? Why not the second? Let me instead tell you about how I can make decisions under pressure and do good leadership. He says, plus, another issue is that if you ported them, you'd have to implement a brand new control scheme for non-dual shocks, and that wouldn't work well. Well, says any modern twin-stick controller would work. But Eevee's saying, but it's just not as comfortable on an Xbox controller. The joystick configuration, is that different on Xbox? I thought it's just left stick over here, right on the other side. I love their lit up hats. Xbox says... Eblo says Xbox sticks are asymmetrical. They're kind of like a Switch Pro controller. Like they're not horizontally lined up. One is higher than the other. EB spotted a crazy move. Let's see. Did I go back far enough? I'll go way back. Was it that kind of jump that he did? That, like, kind of dive forward. EB's not seen that before. Is that tied to a certain item you have to have equipped?
Whether you're tinkering in your garage
dashy jump
or tackling big projects, if you know the value of
technically
working
been
with your
available
hands,
to EB the whole
you
time.
know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight,
Ape Escape brought to you by Harbor Freight. Come and get your power saws, people. So yeah, I'm sorry about abruptly canceling tonight's kart session. I gotta go drive because I gotta be up early tomorrow for a day of gigging. I have to start serving my sentence. The labor sentence that life circumstances have sent my way, as is how it goes at times. Thank you for the safe trip wishes, EB. So yeah, if anyone's just joining us, I talked a little bit more about the situation earlier when we started Sonic Adventure, but I'm gonna find out tomorrow probably if I start picking up more shifts. I might find out about that tomorrow. So it's possible that one or more streams would need to be canceled or like moved to earlier in the day and maybe a little bit shorter. So it might start an unfortunate new era, but that's where things are at. You know, and doing the second channel videos is something that I wanted to do for a while. But, you know, going at it so hard as I have lately all of a sudden, it was partly motivated by money. And so now that it's been a month of doing those videos 2 or 3 a week, it pretty much netted $50 from that second channel. And I'm sorry if I said that 70 times, but... So it's a good start, but that's like one shift at my day job. So it's great as a start, and I'm going to keep going. But as a short-term cash solution, it's not viable. Jack says, where do I work? It is at a supermarket. And I won't say what part of the supermarket I've been working at for the past couple of years. But I will say that this opportunity to pick up more hours at the supermarket is doing something where I will have, presumably, plenty of downtime because I'm at a desk. So if there's no immediate circumstance, I could, do writing, for outlines and stuff, for videos, music theory, or second channel. But I appreciate EB saying, whatever I gotta do. Yeah, so we'll find a way to make things work. As far as long-term schedule thing. Eblo and EB are trading notes about their rankings, with Eblo putting 3 as the best. Gimmicky power-ups are a guilty pleasure for Eblo G. And then Eblo says Metal Gear Solid's hard not to get bonus points for. Is there like bonus mini-games where you do stealth type of gameplay? Me some baby apes. Eblo explains, Apescape 3 has a whole MGS game as a bonus, starring monkeys. Right, so it's kind of the inverse to the thing in MGS 3 when you're Snake collecting the monkeys. So perhaps the Apescape 3 thing... Wow, this is a trailer for The Woman in the Yard. The algorithm knows me so well, it's so touching. I am Yard. Whoa, look at this boss. Suddenly we're in a Nights into Dreams scenario. I love it. EB says, hello sir, where's the tissue? Ever heard of the Lydian scale? JJ has the pun of the hour. I won't read it aloud, but everyone's allowed to look at it. What is this enemy boss reminding me of? Kingdom Hearts Ursula vibe you're getting? EB applauds the second game for having more bosses. Mario Wonder take note. Yeah, Shadow Ops is saying that that boss is almost like a Yoshi's Island type of monster. And I can see it. Oh, I like his flower shirt. 6, 7. Oh, yeah. EB's ranking, it's 1, then 2, then 3. Sony lost their way with every subsequent game. I'd look and see 3 ranking lower because it can feel like too many cooks with all the gimmicks. Looking at you, minigame overload in the later Spyro games. And by later I just mean after the first one. Upload just can't get his head around the main gameplay. It does not work for... Sorry, I should have said EB, not Flip. Neon, neon. You did an amazing job defeating that enemy. Like basically the talking flower, my god. I like this transition. He explains it's either busted morphs or nowhere near as fluid monkey catching because of the temper system. And I'll pretend I knew what that means. You don't have to explain. I'm just being silly. So do you guys know about or watch Snapcube or not? EB says that type of humor isn't for you. So what type of humor is it? And I say this because
fully committed to achieving net zero emissions.
I see Snapcube mentioned in random comments, like,
we have success.
Not all the time, but enough that she seems to be some kind of a household name. You know, and I think the only video I ever clicked on was about Penny's Big Breakaway, and I instantly knew that I was not vibing with her as a content creator or streamer. But I do give her credit for doing pretty amazing voices. Does she ride the voices train to fame? Is that the big thing? UB says, who was it? I was talking about Snapcube, who is a streamer. And yeah, I listened to a little bit of her Penny's Big Breakaway stream, and I just got that vibe where she thinks she's the queen, and, you know, you should be so lucky if she spends a little bit of time or effort reading or responding to your content. Now, would I sound like that if I had 1,000 people at my streams? I'm not sure. But I'm just speaking my truth. That was my reaction. And then maybe I'll click on a video and some of a music from a video game that I'm looking for. And then in the comments someone says, oh yeah, I only know about this song because of Snapcube's cover. Just really don't like her thumbnails at all. But that's mostly just kind of a subjective vibe rejection on my end. I'm gonna make a second channel video that I don't like the cartoon character in Snapcube's thumbnails. I don't know, she's just carries herself like she's God's gift. Edlo says it's impossible to engage in discussions about SA2 or Sonic 06 without being bombarded by references. EB noting the overlap of culture for Dragon Ball and Sonic. And then Edlo says you can't get into Dragon Ball discussions without being littered with that fan dubs references. Edlo says some people thought Eggman's stream in Sonic Movie 3 was a reference to the fan dub, even though that actually happens in SA2. Yeah, I guess holy smokes. So I guess I don't know much. You guys seem to know more about this than me, but so what is a fan dub? It's just people reading the exact script in their own voices? That's 22 million views. I mean, I guess with this many views, that's why she thinks she's God's gift to humanity, but she's doing voices. Alright, EB says that they ad-lib everything. So they're just kind of playing back the cutscenes, but adding their own, create their own narrative, EB says. Strikes a chord with casuals. 22 million views.
When it comes to your shower, the details are the difference. Dove Men body wash with plant-based moisturizers.
If you can do voices, that's
to strengthen your.
That's a huge commodity on the market. And like I said, even the little bit that I listened to of Snap Cube's Penny stream, I was like, wow, she can do some pretty amazing voices. JJ says that Vector once had JJ react to a Persona 3 fan dub. 'Twas awful. I'm sorry you had to go through that, JJ. Okay, yeah, EB says, unfortunately, a lot of people have never experienced the source material proper, so they think the parody is the foundation. Yeah, Neblo said if you heard people screaming about Eggman pizzing on the moon, it's from the fan dub. Now you say the fan dub. Does that mean that Snapcube's fan dub is like definitive or something? What EB said about people mistaking the parody for the foundation is the pain point for Eblo. You know, like with the Sonic movie example, people don't seem to grasp that Dragon Ball actually had funny moments in the source material. Yeah, when Eblo says the, you mean it's extremely popular, 7 million views. But Snapcube specifically, or there's just one super popular say it's from a fan dub. I don't mean to split hairs, but Eblo has says snap aren't, but and I'm sorry I'm getting so much. Safe to say that everything you're talking about is about snap cubes. Repertoire of fan dubs. Said that for Sonic, yes, that's the case for Snap Cube. ED says, like, people will say Dragon Ball Z Abridged has better development than the main show. I saw the main show, so how could they know? Yeah, ED's not really seen any other fan dubs for Sonic that blew up like Snap Cube. Eblo says, Abridged made people think Goku was a bad father. Irreparable damage to the series, sadly, says Edie. Eblo remembers an old SA2 fan dub where they just called Booze Big Bows. Sounds like the time, says DB. And for what it's worth, JJ used to watch DBZ Abridged. Saying that's a better fit for a fandom. But yeah, everybody, we're rolling up to 7:30, so I'm saying good night soon. Thanks for bearing with me in my time of sorrow and exhaustion. Coping with the new reality of having to pick up more hours, but I'm gonna see if I can make good use of those times. Make lemonade out of the situation. I appreciate it, EB, saying take it easy, Alex.
Until this week, my dad did not know where he was
Hanging out
from.
with you guys here on stream is always a good centering, calming activity to bring them back down to earth, so I appreciate and thank you guys as always. And of course, one final thank you for the anonymous gifted sub. 5 gifted subs before. Thank you so much. Jack Griffith, I'll see you later, man. Have a great night. Lorestream says, more hours, what happened? And yeah, hi Lorestream. The one sentence re-summary is just that I need that money. I need that money. Been living as a starving artist for a few years, but how can I say this? Reached a breaking point where, yep, this is not enough money that I'm taking in, and it's partly because of inflation and rising costs. Yeah, it's just the reality in which we live. Eblo's favorite bit from the DBZ Abridged damage was people seeing sincerely claim that the fan dub kept the series popular. That's Abridged 2 part. Like Dragon Ball, you think it's popular because of a fan work? Yeah, fan dubs and fan works really helped DBZ catapult to cultural consciousness that even Sonic took inspiration for that, for Super Sonic. So thanks, fans, for helping to maintained DBZ so prevalently that Sonic copied Heat. But yeah, lore stream, have a great night. I'm signing off now. Kyo, take it easy. You know, it's funny, EB mentions Scott the Wise, because when we were just talking about YouTubers have that influence, you know, I think about his infamous Sonic CD video and how bogus it is, and then it gets even worse when you hear people parrot that as fact. But yeah, Lord Stream, have a good night. See you, EB. Edlo, always a great time. JJ, talk to you later. Said bye to Kyo. And everyone else watching out there, beyond those who are in chat, as well as the 5 homies over on YouTube, Shadow Ops, Jack Griffith, and everyone else. See you later, guys. This has been Alex Yard. I can't wait for you to see the Mania video. That's carrying my enthusiasm through all of this. And I'm glad that Sir Morrison finally posted his video, which was firing blanks in the first 5 minutes, so that's just a commercial for the yard. Bye for now, everybody. Write your local congressperson and implore them to pressure Sony to make more Ape Escape games. All we gotta do is post lots of fun, engaging social media posts about Ape Escape when Metal Gear Solid Delta comes